Yo, here we go. Always late, but better late than never. Let's see. Are we live? Is it working? Oh, forgot about that. Yeah, well, I don't know. No. Thank you. Let's save it for later. All right. Let's see. Let me let Zed know. Get the Mr. CEO, ZLG CEO, up in this POS. Oh. Come on, mouse. Boom, what's up? Oh, that's up. That's okay. What's up? Now you guys get to see my beautiful face. What's going on? Yeah, I'm here now. I am, well, actually, I guess, I'm gonna jump in and then you can join my game, I think. This way I can catch up to, this way, yeah, I can progress the story a tad bit. Yes. Sí, señor. Así es, señor. Oh, there we go. Send you an invite to the game. Zedicus has joined. can be called a gore fist.
Hello again, friend.
Gore fist sounds pretty badass.
Let's see what we got. Safest of travels. Greetings, friend.
Dun, dun, dun.
What can I do you for?
I'm gonna buy some.
Here you
I'm gonna
go.
buy. Oh, I don't have a whole lot of money. I'm gonna buy bandage and a potion just to be safe.
Safest of travels. Hello there, friend.
Dun, 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 dun. Now we just leveled up our stuff before we went back and finished that guy, and then I left, right? Right. Oh, what? That's crazy looking. My pistol don't look nothing like that. Yeah, I can see it's got like a weird gem on it. Oh no. Oh no! Gotta go to the Founder's hideout. What did he say? Oh yeah, whatever mod I put on my rifle makes my rifle look pretty crazy. Oh, it's probably that one that we got. Yeah. Yeah, it makes it all crazy like. Alright, let's get to knocking these mofos out. These guys should be a piece of cake. We're all geared up and shit. Go. Piece of fucking cake. Hearing a bunch of noises. Is that all you got? Is that all you got? right?
Hey, eyes up. Might not be over.
Oh, we got a bow and arrow fella.
Cover me.
Get down, mother bitch. I'm gonna pop a flask, I think. I need to heal. I hear something. Where you at? Where you at, punks? Oh. Sup, bitch? Yeah, that worked out pretty well. We can break stuff by sliding through it. I wonder if we can slide through enemies and hurt them. Oh, hey, buddy. Oh, got a trait point. Oh, yeah.
Everyone okay?
Nice. Scrap for days. Oh, there's a big box up here. A bunch of scrap, iron, more scrap, and some frenzy dust. Oh, this is a dead end. see some. Yep. Oh, we got a big guy down there too, on the right side of this road. Then we got people in this building. Big guy coming. Set him on fire.
That bastard!
Nice.
Eyes on.
Yeah, so do I. How am I out of it? That's crazy. Okay, you can pick up those shells. Oh, what's that? Oh, behind you? Okay, behind you's down. Got the archer. Oh, I'm out of regular bullets, good. Alright, do you got your heal or no? Nice. Nice. Look at that, perfect. This is the one building the guy came out of. What spirit doing? Okay. Oh, I hear some people, or some things. They're definitely not people. Definitely not people. Oh, really? Okay. I mean, I guess that's... Oh, so we'll be that level too. Okay. I like that. So there's no, like, power boosting. Right.
Reloading.
I'm just checking this bus real quick to make sure we didn't miss nothing. Oh yeah, there's bad guys back here we can kill. Yeah. Oh, and there's something in this car right here. Oh shit, you need handgun ammo, right? Okay. Yeah, I got like a total of 65 handgun, and I only have the 7 long gun that are in my gun at the moment. So I definitely... Okay. Nice, I think he dropped handgun. Grab that. Nah, I'm okay. For a little bit. I don't know which way we should go. I think we can search this building a little bit. I guess we should do that before we move on. Ooh, a big chest. What's in this? Iron, scrap, and bandages. Not too bad. Not too shabby. I guess it's this way. Okay, that makes sense. I'm curious what that new mod that we just got does, what that looks like. So next big guy, I'm gonna shoot it. Okay. Yeah, next big guy with like a sword or whatever. I'm gonna pop it. Bastard. 3 long gun bullets left. Oh shit, you know what? I think I might have bought one of those. I did. Alright, cool. So yeah, you pick up all the ammo, and I'll use that when I run out. I forgot all about that. Okay. Yeah. It seemed like earlier it was dropping more. Wait, were we just up here? Okay. Well, there's more of the map over here that we didn't search. Wanna go? You see that? Like back? The way I'm facing. So we'd have to like go around this way. Or we can just go straight to the dungeon, whatever you want to do. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, let's see if we can get some more loots. I like the loots. So like right here, this building, it looks like we can search. What? It doesn't look like there's much. Well then what, how do we get to that? You see that grayed out part on the map? Like the behind this building? How the hell do we get there? Maybe we can't. Maybe we pop up after we go into the sewer. Yeah. Okay, I'm coming. Oh yeah, there's a whole nother part to the map here. See, it's all grayed out. Wait, how did you... Oh, you're over here, okay. Oh yeah, here's a loot chest up here. Up here, it's just got iron and scrap in it. So it's 56 scrap, another 50 scrap, 1 iron, 2 irons. $20 more scrap. Oh yeah, I just heard something too. But I'm all the way up on the 3rd floor of this. Oh shit, yeah, let me catch up to you. Nice. Yeah, I'm running along some like rooftops, breaking boxes. Oh, there's a bunch of people like in this intersection. Maybe not a bunch, but one down. Yeah, yo, bud, what are you doing back there? Why are you trying to be a dick, bud? Oh, okay. Needs that dungeon in my life. Ooh, more stairs to go up. Give me more stuff to break. Okay, I'm back on like the catwalk areas. Looks like this street is grayed out on the map. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Son of a bee. Son of a bee. Or we can go do the dungeon. Whatever you want to do. Okay, how do we... Oh, it looks like there's a dungeon this way actually. If I bring up the map. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not. It wasn't on my map yet. Let's do the dungeon. Dungeon. Wee! Dungeon time, mother crunkers. It says one person, but I don't know if that's because I have Facebook open. Alright, oh, there's a checkpoint. We can get all our stuff refilled. Yay. Oh, yeah. I don't think we need to travel. I think we're good on stuff, right? Unless you want to travel. Okay, return to Ward 13. Are you streaming as well? Okay. Alright, you want to put it on the Zero Logic page on Facebook, and I'll put it on the Instagram. The Instagram, it didn't put as much energy into it as I did building my Instagram, because I was doing my Instagram longer. But it has some followers. They're just mainly people from other countries. Oh, I'll be right back while we're setting this up. BRB. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. My bad. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to. Yeah, I would do that. Get all those folks in. All those people who jump in on them every time you like make a regular post, like, oh, like, hey, what's up? I'm feeling this way, and everybody's like, oh, yo, bud, we love you. Talk to me, call me. Let's do the da 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 da. Have them show their support by jumping in and chatting with you while you're streaming. And what's awesome about that is like it's like you guys get to hang out, except you don't have to like actually. They could be, I mean, further. They could be far away. I mean, they don't have to actually be within driving distance. And you guys get to sit there and chit chat, and that's it's nice. Like when my brother comes into my stream and stuff, because I don't actually see him as much as I'd like to. So. Alright, so I couldn't really figure out what to type, so I just said, nothing solidifies the bond of a team more than fighting demons. Come through and watch us save the world. Hashtag Zero Logic, hashtag Stream Team, and hashtag Send them back to hell. And a picture of Remnant, like concept art. Alright. And I'm working on getting Zero Logic to be a location. Because I have like a business page that I set up for me and Grim when we were like doing stuff. I can set that as a location, so that's where I've been setting, but alright. Okay, actually, I have enough supplies, really. Yeah, let me look at the armor. I probably should upgrade something, make it more fun. Yeah, so I had, we went to my sister-in-law's and we didn't eat dinner, so we stopped and grabbed Chipotle on the way over. So I had like half of that. Yeah, it's so good. Ate half of that, and then, was kind of tired because I didn't sleep last night, so got like one of those coffee flavored energy drinks from like Monster. Had that on the way here, and then I just, instead of finishing the Chipotle, I just had a little chocolate candy bar. So like my stomach is jumping. Yo Ted, what's up? Yeah, Chipotle hype. Hashtag not a sponsor, you know what I mean? Hashtag wish it was a sponsor. Yeah. Hashtag any sponsor will do. Alright, so I'll upgrade. I'm not gonna buy a weapon. Honestly, goodness gracious. M&M's, Mars, Hershey. What? Really? Oh, dude, that'd be fucking awesome. What? Yeah, like, get me a contract with, like, Lemonheads or some shit, man. I'll fucking tear them up.
so long.
I'm not in the mood for chat.
That's pretty sweet. $200. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, man, that's fucking awesome as shit.
Oh, what's that smell?
Stop it. I don't know. Where'd you come from? No.
I mean, that's pretty sweet. See, and that's awesome. That's like thinking outside the box. Because, like, of course you think of, like,
I can't.
streaming stuff, cameras and gear like that, and, like, PC gaming stuff like Razer, HyperX, stuff like that. But, yeah, I mean, there's, like, tons of sponsors out there just begging people to take their money. Like, there's a mechanic that I watch, and since he's a legitimate mechanic and it's just like all day while he's at work, it's
I don't know.
like car related stuff, like tools and car parts, stuff like that. Oh, what happened? I thought we were gonna help this guy. Ooh, got a twisted mask. Yeah. That was way too easy. I heard him talking, but it didn't really sound like he was saying anything. Ooh, slowly regenerate health over time. It's a shame I upgraded that mask so much. Yeah. Ooh, spooky motherfuckers. What is it? Yeah, 0.28 health per second. I mean, the fact that it regenerates health, though, I mean, that's huge. Alright, I think that's it. That was like the easiest dungeon boss ever. It was something. Yeah, I mean, we're in a dungeon. Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, we can fast travel out or we can take this exit. Let's see where this exit takes us, I guess. Thank you.
Did you ever try Red Bull organic soda?
Organic soda? No, but I mean, maybe I will.
$2 is fine.
Sure. Red Bull organic soda. That sounds crazy.
So it's only 10 cents, but I need gas anyway. It's gonna expire tomorrow. The Giant Points. So it was closed now. So since I need it anyway, let's do it tomorrow.
Okay. Will do. Will do. Pumpkin boo. Or something. Yep. Just gotta rhyme and color stuff. Oh, hey there, people. Oh, we got an archer. 2 of them, it looks like. Across the canyon. By the tree. Oh, there's 3 of them. Shit. Oh shit, I'm bleeding. Alright, I took the bandage and I drank some potion. I gotta do a big heal real quick. Fudge sandwiches. Oh, you bastard. Nice.
It's over.
Pop goes the bitch's face off. Oh yeah. Oh, I should have used my aggro thing. Alright. Dungeon! Dungeon! I love me dungeons. Dungeon, dungeon, dungeon. Yeah, let's do this. Oh, it's locked? If that's locked, I don't see any other way to... Unless there's a way to walk across it. Is there like... Those like catwalk looking things? Alrighty, I'm following you. This is definitely not copyright-free music. They're gonna come shut me down, people. You say it's copyright-free, it should be copyright-free. Oh, I'm hearing talking. Whoa, what is that? I see my room's glowing red. Oh, it's above. Good shit. Oh.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, motherfudgers.
Everyone okay?
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, you know what that means? It's... What? It's not aggro on them. Oh.
That all you got?
Where you at, mother bitch? Oh. Nice shooting. How did you keep finding them and I keep not finding them? All right. You know what? I don't know what made me just think about this. I don't think I put either of our stream links in the post. Yeah. Alright, so let me... No. No, yeah, I was not feeling so hot out there, so... Alright. So let's do... Well, you're on Mixer, actually. Mixer.com. You're the Zeddy now, right? That's your Mixer? Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. Alright, cool. So I just commented our stuff underneath it. Oh, hey there. Die, motherfucker, die. Gotta wrap up my bandages. Oh man, I just put these bandages on. They're making me bleed already. God, man, they really messed me up. I'm about to die.
Stay down.
Oh, nice. Thank you, sir. My ammo's a bit low too.
We did it.
Alright. I have a 20 bullets total. Alright, thank you. Die, motherfuckers, die. Oh. I tried to slide under the shit he was throwing and it didn't work. Okay, nice. Doesn't look like we can hurt each other with melees. Oh, he can fucking... He was able to just like strike right through the wall. That was some bullshit. Yeah, because I thought about that earlier. Like, what if we're like both in there doing some melee? Like, be kind of hard not to hit each other. But looks like they thought about that. Nice shooting. Right. That's true. Yeah, I've noticed that. They even like dodge, like they do like a weird jerk movement. They don't necessarily do it because you're shooting, they just do it randomly. 20, 38, 42. Alright. Oh, I see movement in here. Never mind, that was just a reflection in the window. go. Okay, yep. Let me find my way out of this building. There we go. Yay, we found a dungeon. When we get to the checkpoint, I want to travel back. I gotta take, I gotta buy some, bandages and potions. Yo, what up, Mr. Jolly? Stop dying, it was a window. Why are you breaking the shelves? Fuck your bookcase. Because I need whatever is inside the bookcase. They're hiding scrap in the bookcase. And I need to break the bookcase to get to the scrap. It's what needs to happen. Yeah, man. Time to travel. Boom, 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 boom. Oh shit. I don't know. He just popped in to say those five things and then he left. Did I not send you the that Yeti symbol? Or I guess okay, I was gonna say, or I guess I could set it up on your mixer, because when you shared your mixer, it shared like your profile picture, which is like the Discord Zero Logic symbol. Yeah.
Hello again, friend. Let's see what we got. Take care, friend.
Needing any scrounge? Take care then.
Not all. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. Actually, speaking of which, my mixer thing is an old one, just a zero that I created. I don't see. I don't see where to do the thing at. Maybe it's in the home. No, that just takes me on a channel. Dashboard. Is it in the dashboard? Please sign in with your linked Microsoft account to continue. Why am I not signed in to Mixer? But I am signed in to Mixer. Yeah, I was gonna change my, Mixer. My little profile picture is old too. It's not my current, thing. My current, logo for mechanics. I was gonna change that. But then when I clicked on something, it's telling me, please sign in with your linked Microsoft account. But that is signed in. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. How big? I gotta make that a little bit bigger. I guess I move that over there. Good, upload, yay, alright. Why did that not update? Uh-oh, don't let them hear say that. Yeah, I do remember Loki. Yeah, he, I hope he's doing okay. He was a bit reckless. Well, you sound like a jerk, bro. How will this work? Upload. Upload. Ooh, I got a key card. I'm gonna use this key card. Ooh, and that opened this door. Yay. For the Discord, no, I think you created that for the... Yes, yeah, I did that. Yeah. You know what? Yes, yes, yes. You're 100% right. I actually just saw that and like wasn't even paying attention. There is a section. It's underneath. Where the hell was I? Customize. So you have your avatar, and then you also have a social thumbnail. Your social thumbnail is what gets sent, I bet. Yeah, when sharing your stream on sites like Twitter, Facebook. That's right below. Like if you click on the, I don't know what it would look like from mobile. From desktop, actually, you know, let me see if I can find it on mobile, real quick. Yo, what up, Miss Breslin? What's crappening? Alright, Let me. Oh, she's in. She must have left already. Alright, so do mixer.com. Wait, this looks like I'm not logged in. Bum 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 ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum. Sign in with Microsoft account. Let's do that. Sign in. Alright. Get this ninja shit out of my face, dog. Come on, why the fuck does this keep happening? Ay, ay, ay. Alright. So let's see if you... Alright, if you click your little icon logo on the top right when you're on their website, then I went into account. It's different on the phone. The mobile looks different. Yeah. No, I did it on the computer, but let's see. Account. And then change username, two-factor. Choose platform version. Default. Yeah, I don't see a way to do it on here. That's dumb. Yeah, now, yo, Spanish, what's happening, buddy? Alright, so it looks like he just left. I don't know if Facebook's not giving me the right information or what the fudge is happening. Really? Jeez, well that's no good. Come on, Facebook. Come on, Facebook. What kind of bullshit is that shit, bros? Yeah, I went down, like towards the reactor when you had to like go in a reactor and help that chick fight, and you picked like what your what's it called was, what your class was gonna be, and then I kept going down the steps, and I had a key card to open up a door. So it looks like I'm unlocking different areas of this Ward 13. Yeah. There's a bunch of computers I can use, but like, I don't know, it's all a bunch of like reading and stuff, and I don't really feel like doing that right now.
I'm not in the mood for chat.
Get it. I'm on, yeah, the basement level 3. Oh, I hear you breaking stuff. I wasn't, oh yeah, and I'm, is it number 2? Ooh. Yeah, I'm coming. Let's go find out together, buddy. But it's going down, basement. Friday the 13th. Guess who's playing Jason? Oh, I can throw this switch. What's this switch? No, I can only put my key card, which... Why is my key card the only option? I guess that's the only thing I have in my inventory. Oh, but I can probably slide it in this... I don't know, this... The power's off or something. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it's very... I don't know. Lorette, like, what was it? Like, it's got a nuclear reactor. Yeah, I saw that. But then it also has, like, hospital gurneys. Like, I don't know what the crap is going on here. Oh, we can't get out this way. Okie dokie, let's go look for another exit. This is so messed up, or meffed up, it's like it ain't got no goddamn teeth. Oof. What's that go through? Oh, that goes to that circuit box, yeah. Woo woo, pull over that ass too fat. Woo woo, pull over that ass too fat. Woo woo, pull over that ass too fat. Pull over that. And oh, Grim Crypt just signed on. No, I thought you were gonna put it in. There we go. Fuse is in. Let's flip the switch. Ooh. We'll just turn the power on here. I can slide my key card in this thing, and we should be able to go in here. thermal control. Bam, 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 bam. This room. Oh yeah, that's what? Oh, there's something green in here. An ammo box. We got ammos. Doper than heroin, bro. Oh, what's this? Oh, nice. Got a trait point. So we need another key to power on this computer over here. And then that opens this portal like in, what the hell was that movie or show? Stranger Things. That's how you get to the upside down. Oh man, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. No, nothing. Just like a room. Yeah. It's a little room with not really much to do. Playing Remnant for now. I might switch to Apex later. Grim said he just got on Apex if I wanted to play. I was like, nah, dog. I'm playing this shite, dog. Alright. Starting to feel a little lost. I think we did everything in here. Shit, did I not go all the way up? No, I did not. Alright. We ready to go kick some demon face? Boom. Boom. Let's fucking go. Yeah, they're Pretty sweet. Whoa. Normally they don't attack the, yeah. Oh, there's a blow up guy. I hear him coming. Yeah, normally we're safe in this room. That's the way we came. Yeah.
Oh, what's that smell?
Oh man, I jumped right in front of you like a dummy. Yeah, it wasn't your shotgun.
Cover me!
Oh, we got the guy with the swords. Shit. Nice, I just hit him for almost 200. Oh, piece of cake with two of us. Sucker. Yeah, what a sucker majucka. Yeah, he was. Ugh. Oh, nice. More trades. More trade points. Oh, blow up guy. Nice. Noise. Very nice. Oh shit. Yeah, dummy, attack that shit. There we go, bitch. Bandages. Okay. It's good. Yeah.
Is it like a single player or you playing with people?
I'm playing with Zed.
So it's
Nice shot.
really not going well.
What's not going? Oh, the Philly game.
Yeah. But there's a new fusion hat I think they'll look really good.
Oh, get that little guy. It's all black.
Everyone okay?
That's really good.
Yeah. Well, it's not super expensive. Like $25 or whatever.
Either this game's gonna be over in like 20 minutes we lose, or it's gonna be like another 2 rounds.
And we lose.
Hopefully not. Well, we lost 2 and we drew, and it's first to 4. So that could be lost.
Yeah.
Draw. You just can't win. Like, you're playing the stupidest fucking, like, you're not switching up the composition at all.
That's a shame.
But
Cover me!
we're waiting in the shower, so you guys
No, I'm good. Okay. Oh, he's going right in my face. I got a potion to get rid of that. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna pop a potion to heal up while we have a break. Oh, it's the big guy, it sounds like. Oh, yep.
Don't need trouble.
Light his ass on fire. Nice. I was wondering why he was shooting the wall.
Cover me!
Turns out, oh shit. Oh, my game's crashing. Oh no. Yeah, it's making that. Yep. It froze. It was like. Yep, I'm back at the Xbox dashboard. God. What? What's happening to you? Oh, you got kicked. That's dumb. That's so dumb, Remnant. Get your shit together, bros. Huh? Hard. Oh, C figure 1. Nice, nice. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's rough. Damn, that's oh, haha. Shit. That's awesome though, that you have a relationship like that, I mean, send each other some crazy shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's north of me. Yeah. Shit. Okay. What you doing all the way over there? That's like your Wild Wild West. Jim West, Desperado. Desperado. What? I'm so confused. I thought, like last year, weren't you guys like, weren't you like living with her and your stepdad? And then you and your sister got it? Oh shit, really? I did not know. Oh shit, that sucks. I did not know that. My apologies. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. They just grew apart or whatever? Okay. Oh, jeez. Right. Right. Okay. So she got. I guess they own the cottage or whatever. So we got the cottage and she got all the belongings. Okay. I see.
Good to see you again. Certainly.
I'm not in the mood for chat.
I mean, that makes sense, but then, like, I don't know. But she got all the stuff, so...
I'm not in the mood for chat.
So the hat's $25, so I'm just gonna get it.
If you want, I think that's a bit much. It's probably a snapback.
Got it.
Okay, if you want to get it.
Camo.
I don't think camera's for me. Okay, thank you. Okay.
I'm not in the mood for chat.
Right. Okay. Really?
I'm not in the mood for chat.
Just
Stadium. It's a golden way to play your favorite games on.
yeah. What's going on, Zero?
No beefed up DC play. Just new games streamed directly to you. Get right into the action.
Yeah.
Pre-order the Stadia Founders Edition at Stadia.
So long.
Oh, that's not.
What now? Fine.
No,
Let's
that's
have a
not much at all. Oh shit.
You're done here?
Yeah, that. And he gets a home at
I'm
the
not
end of it.
moving
Yeah,
Jack.
yeah, that's not bad at all. Okay. Okay, so yeah, that's not...
I can already help you today. Only the best.
It's described as Dark Souls with guns. I don't know if you've ever played Dark Souls or you played like the Division or anything. It's kind of like if those two had a baby.
Take care,
So yeah,
friend.
it's third person. Yeah, it's third person. It's a lot about the dodge mechanic. To dodge their attacks and whatever. No. No. Yes. Yes. Some parts are pretty hard. Some bosses. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, we had some bosses where it was pretty tough and we kept dying, and then it's like it gives you that satisfaction once you actually clear that part. It's like, okay. And like in the one that we kept dying on, like every time we died, we actually learned something, like about his attack. Like, oh, okay, there's an audio cue with it. Okay, he attacks 4 times in a row. Okay, if we have to save our stamina for when he's attacking, and we don't have to worry about dodging if we just run away. As long as we run in a straight line, that's good enough to get away. So it was like after like 4 or 5 deaths, we had it down and we smoked them. So it was very satisfying.
For each of us.
Yes. Yep. Exactly.
What's that smell? That all you got?
Yeah. Oh, and that guy actually, when I played that by myself, I died every time I faced him because he has like these 2 giant swords that he walks with them like crossed in front of his body, and he blocks every bullet in front of him. So you either have to like wait till he gets close to you and starts to attack, and you have to like run away and like dive and dodge roll away from him, or like get to a position like a window where he's gonna have to like vault through it, and when he vaults through, he's not blocking anymore. You can shoot and kill him. But I still died every time I faced him. But with 2 of us, it was much easier. Yes, they're bigger. Yeah, they're definitely bigger than we are. Yeah, we've seen a couple different types so far. Oh, there's the big sword guy right behind us.
Watch my back!
So yeah, we're actually both streaming it if you wanted to take a look. Oh, that fucking hurt me.
Jumping trouble.
Yeah, I was just saying solos is no longer around. Yeah. Yep. It's a different kind of challenging. Like the Division is, I don't know. You have like a fully automatic weapons. Like if we had fully automatic weapons, this would be so much easier.
He's down!
Oh, really? I didn't know that. No, I think it was like $40 or something.
Watch my back!
Yeah, that was one thing, like, I didn't hear about it until, Zed said something about it, and, then I watched a couple of videos, and every video said, like, they were surprised at how much they liked the game. Oh, we got a big guy with swords behind us.
Cover me!
I'll go on, okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm being attacked by like 15 things.
I'm in trouble.
Oh shit, I'm down. Fuck. Nice guy, you killed him. Good shit. She got real for a second.
Cover me! Everyone okay? Watch my back! Watch my back!
Oh no, it's like, oh, no, run, jump, no! I just threw my plant thing out for the aggro. Oh my god, and it never like did anything. It didn't like, the plant, like the seed or whatever just bounced around and never actually fucking like deployed and like drew his aggro. Fudge sandwiches. Fudge sandwiches. Oh wait, we don't need to do that. Alright, that motherfucker's down. Oh, there they are. Die, motherfucker, die. Oh, there's a gas guy back there. Gas guy done. Okay. Okay. Oh, I hear a big guy. Don't know which one it's gonna be. Oh, it's a big gun guy again. Die, motherfucker, die. Nice. Good shit. That's what I'm talking about. Maybe.
Watch my back.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that would suck. Oh shit! Ninja sword. Alright, cool. It's you get oh, we got a big sword guy behind us. It's you don't get like it's not a little shooter, like you don't get like guns and stuff necessarily from like guys you kill. You get some stuff from bosses. Oh shit. But then you also get stuff and you can like upgrade your guns and stuff. And that's really oh shit. No, no, it seems more like story driven. Yeah. Rather than just like go out and, it's definitely not like go get 10 of these or go get 5 of these things and bring them back. Go do this and bring back. It's not that stuff. Yeah, it's not that stuff.
We did it.
Alright, I have like 83, so I'm good if you need it. Okay. Here, I'm gonna shoot my heel. Yeah, I bought the same mod just so we both have it. Yeah, you definitely do. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, good. Yeah, almost everybody. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting character design. Yeah, I think so. Right, so like instead of like a traditional like tree skill tree, you have a couple like basic skills. So like if you're watching my stream right now, I'll pull it up. So like you have vigor, which is life, endurance, which is stamina. Because of the class I picked, I have a warrior, which is extra melee damage. Zed picked the so my class is called a Scrapper. His class is called the Ex-Cultist, which is like a healer. So he does, he has like a mod, which is also, I was able to buy the same mod, but it's like a gun mod that can heal. Right. I don't think we need to travel. I think, unless you do, I just need to top off my health and whatever. Do you need potions or anything? Oh shit, okay. Alright. Here we go, boss fight time. Yeah, he's just like a tougher version of that, like, main sword guy. Oh, this is worth it, okay. Oh shit, those explodey guys fuck you up. Oh yeah, that's fun. Hopefully he can't jump out that window. Oh, he does. Oh shit. Oh, we got a gas guys. Shit. Alright, I feel like the thing to take the. Okay, so he's aggroed on the tree. Oh shit! He got me. I was about to heal. Yeah. I wish it was that simple. Yeah, basically. Here we go. Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's because it's him and it's those fucking blowy uppy fuck bags. The caustic things, caustic demons. Yeah, it's one of the gun mods where it does it causes aggro, so it aggroes the boss or it aggroes everybody onto him. So it gives us a chance to sort of. You have to build it up by like doing damage and stuff. Oh shit, here he comes. Oh. Fuck me, man.
Reloading.
Oh, he's chasing me. Oh, I hear caustic things. Oh, they're here. Oh, fuck. That's gonna fuck me up. Oh. I gotta heal. Oh, nice. What? He came through the wall. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more, caustic fuckers.
Watch my back.
Alright, let me pop this potion, and hopefully I'll have time to let that heal me. Alright, I gotta get to you. Oh shit! Yeah. I hear more of those fucking caustic things. Oh, come on. No, fuck. You just died. God damn it. Ah, fuck you.
This ain't good.
No! Oh my god. Yeah, he killed me. Shit! Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. They do. Yeah, no, the yeah, it definitely is. Okay. Yeah. Get rid of these pussy guns. Yeah. Scrap, yeah. I got like 1,500 scrap. What's up
Still
there?
not in the shower. It's another map. They should have another one. They should have won. They just lost it. It is
Really? Come on, Philly.
they're like dominating and they're just losing it the last minute every time.
That sucks.
Dominating the trash, but that's what they're
Yes. Everything gets scaled for the number of players. So there's more enemies because there's...
What now? Yeah? Maybe worth my time.
Anything you need? Let's see.
Yeah, keep moving.
Yes. I never used them, but yeah, I have heard of them.
So long.
I'm not in the mood for chat.
Good to see you again. What do you need?
Yeah, to keep, as you can see, to keep it interesting and don't let it be too easy. Yes.
Keep moving.
Be safe out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything you need?
Yeah. So it's definitely something interesting
let's
that
see
like
what I've got.
you
Keep moving.
normally don't have to worry about in games, but in this you do.
Take care, my friend.
So it doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but I mean other things do a whole lot of damage, so you kind of have to be
safe.
can't afford to take any extra damage. I need to go buy some iron and upgrade more. The what? Yeah.
Hello there, friend.
Needing any scrounge?
Yes.
Till next time.
Yeah, like I've actually had them kill each other by accident. Like one of the mid-level enemies, not like the grunts. He like shot his arrows and hit one of the grunts, and actually like killed him.
Anything you need?
So, yeah.
What
So
do you
it's,
need?
it's pretty interesting. Alright, so I can only upgrade my shotgun a little bit.
Be safe out there.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was my first class because I thought they looked pretty awesome with the hood and the gas mask. But then it's like strictly long range, and when I was playing by myself yesterday, it was no good.
Greetings, friend. What can I do you for? Let's see what we got.
Yeah, giant hammer.
Take care, friend.
It takes a little bit long to swing. Yeah, I can put it on. So that giant hammer on my back. So it's like, I don't know if they're like motorcycle cylinder heads or something. In fact, I think it is cylinder heads from probably a motorcycle. The pipes in the center look like an exhaust manifold, and the pipe going on my back actually looks like an exhaust pipe. That is clearly capped. Yeah, the hatchet's pretty gnarly too. It's like a circular saw. Oh yeah, that probably would be easier. It's like a circular saw with a so that's pretty gnarly. In fact, I'm gonna run with the hammer for this next fight and see if that makes a difference. Extra melee damage. Oh, no, it's not melee. I'm sorry. It's increased damage dealt to all enemies within 5 meters, so it doesn't have to be melee. Yeah, I'll put that helmet back on. So that's the helmet I come with. It is very ugly. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Yes, but they don't have, you're talking about like the affiliate program for Twitch? Yeah, they don't have that. They have a partnership program. Although I did just watch a video, Mixer released an update. I don't know if it was like a press release or it was a blog or something. But they're going to, by the end of the year, they're going to open up financials for everybody. So where Twitch, you have to be a partner or an affiliate to get ad revenue and subscriptions. Mixer, currently you have to be a partner to get subscriptions and ad revenue. And then also they have they have two different kinds of currency. So Sparks you earn by watching other streamers, and then you can spend them, you give them to partnered streamers, and then when they reach certain milestones, they can cash them in. So like 2 million Sparks, 5 million Sparks, 10 million, 15 million Sparks. They may be doing away with that because that's like free money. But the Embers Yeah, the Embers, you buy similar to Twitch. Twitch has bits, and I think it's 100 bits for $1. And I think it's the same thing with Embers over on Mixer. So like, I could buy them and then I could donate them to a Mixer streamer. But the Mixer streamer, in order to accept that, had to be a partner. You could donate regular money to any streamer's PayPal, but in order to do like the platform's currency, you had to be a partner on Mixer or a partner or affiliate on Twitch. Mixer, however, is getting rid of that, and they're going to open it up to everybody. All streamers are going to be able to get money on Mixer by the end of the year, is what this video said. Yeah. So it's pretty exciting. Yeah. I did hear that. Yo, Grim, what's up? He's coming up the steps. Oh, shit. Fucking exploding guys.
Reloading!
Oh, what is that? Oh, he's charging. Oh, shit, that hurt. Oh, man, leave me alone, buddy. No, I didn't. Alright. There he is. Damn. Yo.
Running low!
What?
Holy hell.
Come on, get up. Yeah, he actually just texted me, but I don't have time to read it.
Running low!
I know, they're fucking me up, too. Fuck, man. Oh, fuck, man. God damn it. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah. Actually, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick before we jump back in that. His text says... Also, what am I blocked from joining Zed's party or something? No, you've joined it twice. And we just couldn't hear you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was only like, it was cheap. It was like 30 bucks or something at Walmart. And I was iffy about it because it was, yeah, I didn't think it was adjustable. But it is. It does this. So it doesn't slide like this, but like, this, hold on. So this here pulls out, and then you can put it in this hole, or that hole, or this hole. You just snap it in like that, and then you can do that on both sides. Yeah, I had a Turtle Beach. My only complaint about it is that it didn't come with one of these, whatever, mesh things over the mic. And I had to take it off of an old mic, and then it didn't fit, so I had to put a rubber band around it, as you can see there. So, yeah. I don't know. He's having problems on his end. I don't know. Alright, let me run to the bathroom real quick. BRBs. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. No. I had my own stuff to take care of. You ready for a story? Hold on, let me tell him. Something's up on your end. You're in the party, but it says you're disconnected. Yeah, me too. I think he's got it set that way because he's ducking people. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, let me do that. Alright. Yeah. I sent you a game invite by accident, Zero. See, I sent Grim one first because he was just first on the list. Alright, so ready for my story? I gotta go to the bathroom. So I'm like, man, I gotta go pretty bad. I'm only maybe 7 feet from the toilet. So I'm like 5 feet from the bathroom door. So I open the door, I go, I'm like, oh shit, Kim's in the shower. She specifically came in and asked me, I'm gonna get in the shower, do you have to go get in there? And I said no. And then she came back like 20 minutes later, I was like, I never got in the shower, I'm getting in now, do you have to go to the bathroom? And I said no. So then when I have to go to the bathroom, I'm like, shit, I can't interrupt her from going in the shower. And I had to go so bad, so I'm like, all right, let me, I'm gonna go take a piss out back. But my neighbors, the one guy, on the weekends, his mom comes over with their dog. So they're out back at all hours of the night. So I go, I'm like, shit, well, I can't pee out back. So what am I gonna do? So I'm like, I'm gonna have to pee in the garage. I'm gonna have to go grab a bottle and pee in the garage. So I do that. I grab like a creamer bottle and I rinse it out real quick, and that water running is making me, I gotta pee so bad now. It's unbearable. And then I rush out to the garage, and then I find there's an empty Gatorade bottle in there. I'm like, okay, that hole's bigger. I mean, less chance of spillage. Maybe I can fit my whole package in, and I mean, I'll do that. So I start to do that. I'm like, shit, I can't, like, I can kind of get it in, but it's not very comfortable. So I'm going to the bathroom, and now, yeah, basically, and I'm like, oh my god, and as it's like going, and I'm like looking down, I'm like, from this angle, it looks like it's getting pretty full. I don't think I have 32 ounces in my bladder, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, so like, it's filling up and filling up, so I'm like, all right, it's I gotta pinch it off and check. I pinch it off and check. I'm like, okay, all right. So I still have some room. So I finish going, but now it's hard to get it going again. As soon as I finish, like, my pants are like still down like by my knees. I hear the garage door open, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I quickly like put the bottle down, like pull my pants up, and like I dropped the cap during all this too, so I had to pick the cap up. And here comes Kim, who had now gotten out of the shower. She just has a tail on because she heard noise out back, so she got scared and called for me, and I didn't answer, so she thought maybe someone was breaking in the garage. So then she comes into the garage in just a tail, and I'm like trying to hide my pee bottle full, my Gatorade bottle full of pee. And I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, no, I heard all this stuff and I had to make sure that, you know, everything was okay. I'm like, yeah, no, you're naked. Get back in the house. And she's just like, oh, I know, but I had to like double check. I had to make sure. I called for you. I didn't hear you. And I'm like, yeah, no, you're naked. Go back in the house. She's like, right, but I had to check because like, I'm like, oh my God, like, I don't even know if the lid's on this thing right. Like, you gotta go because if I spill piss all over myself, I'm pretty upset. So that's what took me so long. What's up, Grim? It says he's connected now, so I don't know what to do. It says he's disconnected. Alright. Maybe reboot your Xbox. Well, no, she would let me. I just would hear about it. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Like, she would say, yeah, like, I asked you twice. I asked you once, then I forgot to I didn't get in the shower, and I asked you like 20 minutes later, and you said no both times. And now I've been in the shower for 10 minutes, and you're going to tell me that you have to go so bad that you're about to piss in a bottle in the garage? Oh, behind us! Shit. Oh, that's gross. Yo, what? That's so good. Yo, he just hit me through. Did you see that pillar I was standing behind? That was like a 4 foot by 4 foot by 4 foot section. It had a pillar in it. It was fenced. I stood behind it specifically so he wouldn't be able to hit me. He swung right through it. Let's do this. Yeah, I did, and he just hit me with like 4 texts. It connects and then says disconnected. Now it's giving me an error saying network settings are blocking your party connection. Oh, you got a blow up guy coming at you. Well, I heard them whining and then I saw one running your direction. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, the blow up guys. So I'm telling him to hold down his Xbox button and do a hard shutdown of the Xbox. If that doesn't work, reset your router. I bet just doing the hard reset of the Xbox and clearing the cache, it'll work. Oh, well. Okay, sounds good. I appreciate the support, buddy. Thank you very much. What? I fucking iframed the shit out of that.
Cover me! Got in trouble.
Oh, he's chasing me like a motherfucker. I'm dead. God damn it. So, like, when he enrages, it's so difficult to get away from him. Yo, what up, Armored Ozzy? What's going on? This is Remnant from the Ashes. It's a new game, came out a couple days ago. It be pretty tough. It's like Dark Souls with guns and shoulder pads made out of tires, basically. Yeah, I'm about halfway dead. Yeah, I know it's tough. He's right behind you. Yeah, he's right there. Oh. That sucks, man. Alright, so I think we'll... Ram? Mr. Ram. So what I think we need to do, I think we need to stay close, and one of us worry about the little guys, and one of us worry about the big guy. And with the little guys, what I'm doing is, like, if I can't shoot them in time, when they get close to me and they stop and they start to charge up to explode, I mean, like, I let them, if I can't shoot them in time, I let them get close enough for that to happen, and then I roll out of the way and I avoid it. But that only works if there's one of them, maybe two. If you get bombarded, there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, I was rolling through him. So, like, when he gets close, I was then, like, rolling. He's coming. He's chasing you. Chasing me now. Damn. Oh shit, you gotta heal. Let me see if I can get his aggro. Oh shit, he's over there. Yeah. Oh yeah, see if you can heal. Are you facing me now? I gotta stop this bleeding. Alright, cool. Oh shit, we broke that aggro. Oh, I'm out of long ammo. Gotta switch to my pistol. Oh, I'm trying now. Leave me alone. Oh my god, 2 hits and I'm fucking down to like 20% health. Oh, here comes fucking wind up bitches. I'm out of stamina. I'm out of fuck. Shit, let's teleport. I need more potions. When you're ready. I'm reading these text messages. Yeah, man. Yeah, we're actually going back to the base for that now. Also, just a heads up, Zero is in the shower. He said that he'll be back on a little bit, and if you want to play some... He's in the shower. And he said that if you want to play some Apex when he gets back, he would be able to play 1 or 2 games. He wasn't sure if you would ever be able to log in and talk to us. Are you sure you can? I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna send you a majigger for the jigger. Invite sent to the party. Invites. Hello, we can hear you. Hello, yep, hello, can you hear me? Yep, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Who's this guy in the party? Who's the rando in the party? Rando in the party. Oh yeah. We all got God Forks max. What? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, it's my party now. We switch parties. Yeah.
Safest of travels.
And we weren't sure if maybe that's what was messing it up. No, I just sent a game invite, but I'll send another one. Okay. There, you joined the game.
Be safe out there. Anything you need?
I'm not in the mood for
Certainly.
chat.
So long.
Yeah? Yeah? It'd be worth my time. I've got work to do.
He is. Shit, should I jump on my... Should I jump on my hunter? My hunter's... Yeah, it definitely is. And it breaks my truck. My first character was a hunter. And my hunter, I think, is level maybe 15, so it's kind of behind, but this is where we'd have the trio. We'd have a scrapper, a cultist, and a hunter. Or we can just run it with the 2 scrappers and see what happens. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's different. It's procedurally generated, so it's not always the same. Everybody's got all of their stuff, enough everything's. Yeah, you should have, your ammo should be replenished. I don't know, I have over 100 handgun bullets, so I don't know. Yeah, 91 plus 13. Yeah. Yeah. And the crystals that you rest at are the, they're like small little bonfire looking ones. So probably, this one probably doesn't count. Yeah, he's a pain in it. No, we've died like 5 times. Anyways, I have to go. Alright, Ozzy, I appreciate you stopping in. This, yeah, this way.
What's that smell?
Yeah. Yeah. Except it's motherfucking Gorefest. And you know the friendly fire is on, right? So you gotta be careful. Yeah, what the fuck, man? Yeah, I'm down too. He hit us, and then the fucking exploding guy jumped out of the fucking like roof. Yeah. Oh shit, I wanted to not do that. Yeah. Yeah, you can drink it, yeah, when you... I drink it when I get the rot to get rid of it, and then it gives you a benefit for it. Oh, he's right on me. Oh, there's a blow-up guy, there's 2 blow-up guys. Fuck.
This ain't good.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. I know. They're all over the place.
Cover me!
Yeah. Yeah. That's what's been killing us this whole fucking time. Fuck! Being infected, I'm like, everything's... I have to cough before I can fucking do anything. I'm dead. Oh. Alright, so let's leave this room. I'm fucked up. Yeah, I'm dead already.
Trouble.
Yeah, let's get out of that room. Yeah, I'm good. We got blow-up guys coming. Alright, he's charging me. Oh, he's enraged. Bomb guys.
Watch my back!
Oh, he's enraged again. Shit. Fuck. I can't dodge all those motherfucking things. Bomb guys. Yeah, I'm fucking him up in his back. Oh, he's enraged and chasing me. Sometimes you can swim. Oh, we got bomb guys. Charging me. Get out of that corner. There you go.
Hang on!
Oh, I don't have any more. Oh, I do have. There you go. That's the end of my dragon hearts. So I can't heal myself. God damn it. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta get more distance between them. Gotta keep everybody fucking far as shit back. Yep, yo, whoa, Grim, you were bouncing all over the place. 2 fists? I don't know. Oh yeah, mine's the same way. I don't know. The 3 plus signs. Our team can be revived 3 times, so there's 1 revive for each of us, or they can all be used on 1 guy. Yeah, it does, but they go away. Those will go away. Like when I res Zed or Zed reses me, they go away. Yes. Yeah. Right, but there's only 3 per team. So even though you see 6 there, you see 3 under me, 3 under Zed, there's only 3 per team. Yes. Oh, bomb. Yep. Bomb guys. Ah, fuck. I couldn't get the fuck away, man. Well, yeah, you gotta have stamina and stuff. Okay. Yeah, I'm down. There's bomb guys. Yeah, he does that. Yep. No. Bomb guys. Okay. We're going back to the place, Scrim. Do you go by Crystal now? Yo, Bufu, what's up, man? Lots of stars. 3 now, 10. Sure, I don't know what that means, but thank you. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Later. See ya, Bufu. Three now, 10 later. I don't know. Now.
Greetings, friend. What can I do you for? Let's see what we got. Safest of travel. Hello there.
Need any
scrounge? I need scrounge. Give me your scrounge, dog. Give me that scrungy, scrungy, scrungy. Give me that scrungy, scrungy, scrungy.
Till next time.
To each other now. I didn't kill you all the way. You just died all the way on your own. I shot Zed and you died.
I'm in trouble.
Yeah. Instead of a button, you push a trigger. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so we have to revive him at the stone. So I guess this stone. Are you ready, Zeddy? See you later, Grim. It's been fun knowing you. No. Well, yeah, we were molested and it ejaculated you. I mean, maybe we need to not go back in the dungeon and just do the world and collect more stuff so we can get stronger and get better gear and... No, we're in a dungeon. Yeah, but we're in a dungeon currently. We could leave the dungeon and go like to the street.
Oh, that smell.
Damn, you just fucking smoked me as soon as I came in. We got bomb guys. I'm dead. Yeah, I am dead. Yeah, I'm already there. No, there's more area. We just... Yeah, so hold on. Don't go in yet. Don't go in yet. Don't... Alright, so what's the plan? Walk in, go right. Okay. Okay. Go in and go right. Alright, there's bomb guys.
Reloading!
Zed, I'm down here. The scrapper? Yeah, I'm the other scrapper. Yeah, he's chasing Zed around. Alright. Oh, I hear bomb guys. Bomb guys. Nice. Keep doing that. Oh, he's aggroed on my thing. Oh shit, bomb guys. Yeah, the bomb guys. They're here to stay. Oh yeah, he gets like enraged and then like the attack super quick and you can't even roll away. Yep. Bomb guy. Shotgun, so they're here.
Stay down!
No, I can get you. I have one more. No, there's still one. There's still a plus sign there. Shit, here comes the gas guy. Bomb guys are down. Oh, my tree's not deploying. I shot my aggro tree. It's not fucking deploying.
Watch my back!
It's a thing where it looks like a tree and then he attacks that instead of us. Yeah. Bomb guys. Yeah, he is. His health bar is across the top. He was probably 10%. No, this is it. Yeah. We're dead because there's no more revives. Oh no! Alright, so we got that far. We can get further. Actually, I need to go get more potions now. I don't have that one. Mine is a healing one and the aggro tree. Yeah, you should have another mod to put on a gun. Yeah. No, he is the same I do. He is the healing and the tree, just like I do. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, let's. I gotta go back. I gotta go back and get more tonics. Yeah, yeah, I'm running low. I only got like 500, so maybe we need to go back to the streets and earn money. I don't know. Because I'm blowing through all of the money that I have earned. Oh, he's back. He just went to the bathroom. A couple minutes, maybe 10 minutes, 7 minutes. Yeah, game just came out not that long ago.
Hello again, friend. Let's see what we got. Take care, friend. Hello there, friend.
How's it going?
Hello there, friend.
Take care then.
Well, isn't that just like outside in the street phase? We might have to go back and do that.
Anything you need?
No, we can, when we go to the bonfire, we can travel, and instead of going back to Ward 13, there should be an option to leave dungeon. Yeah, go ahead. I have a separate card. No, he's talking to the stream. To his viewers.
Keep moving.
That's right, we don't know.
Take care, my friend.
Alright, so I just spent all of my money on upgrade my armor. Let's go do this.
I'm not looking for Chad.
Fucking mixer.
Hello again,
Okay.
friend. Glad to see you back.
Okay.
Can't imagine things
Out
look
in the
great out
world.
there.
What?
Hey, traveler.
Yeah, we were just in the lower levels.
Good to see you.
Yeah, we did that. But we got to, I think we got to a certain, we got to a part where we got, I forget now. All right, I'm down in the research, research level. Yeah, there should be. No, I don't know. If you found it, I don't know if you'll get another set. Yeah. Yeah, we broke most things. I'm down in the research lab. Oh, this is what we got. Yeah, I need a key. Yeah, and then that key will open the portal to the upside down. Isn't that what this is? Well, I'm like out of money, so I can't. Yeah, we're all the way in the bottom. Yeah. It might be past the part, like we're stuck at the one part we need a key for. So I don't know where we get the key from, but maybe, because I'm pretty sure we've searched all of this stuff. Okay. Nugget, I'm listening. So it's called Real GT Tech. Real. Yeah, I'm familiar with the MSI brand. Okay. Yeah, we had to turn it on to go at the one. Okay. Yeah, and then come here. Yeah, come here. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Crystal. Yeah. Okay, so Realtemp GT and MSI Afterburner, are they okay. That's pretty decent. Yeah, I'll definitely, and they're both free, right? Okay. Grim's breaking the game. He's like glitching all over the place. Yeah, I already picked it up. I found that. Yeah. All right. He started shooting me in the back, so I started shooting him in the back, and then he was glitching all over the fucking place, and I couldn't shoot him. And when I finally was able to, I just looked. I didn't see a place up there to put it. I don't know, SMG would fucking change the game. I put all my money into this shit. I mean, there are a bunch of computers like that have a bunch of information on them that I didn't spend the time to read. I just found a tape recorder that I don't remember being there before. Here's some red lights. Maybe there's... This leads me. Bunch of red lights. Oh, this door. This door. Maybe. Yes. Yes. Woo! Thank you, Crystal. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you, fucking Crystal. Okay, and I got it, so Grim should get it as well. I hope he's not alive, but... Oh, and it replaces your pistol. That's pretty sweet. So you don't have to give up your big gun. Oh, what is this place? Oh, this is just a shortcut to get back. Yeah, so it's all the way down the end. Yeah, so it's basically follow the red lights. That's what I was doing. So even if he didn't, I could follow. I could lead him there again. Yeah, I think we should, and just to like loot up and get some money, because like I'm fucking broke. And I'd like to upgrade this submachine gun now.
Anything you need? What do you need?
I'm not in the mood for chat.
No, it costs 150 scrap, and I don't. Oh, I have enough money. I don't have enough iron.
Be safe out there. Oh, traveler. What do you need?
Oh, that's fucking exciting. Yeah, but once we go there, we can go... We have an option... So if we go there and then we sit down at that crystal, we have an option to come back here or to leave the dungeon. Which if we do that, we'll have to fight our way back through the dungeon. Okay, so if we get a Founder's Hideout, that'll put us out on the ground, on the streets. Yeah. Right. Right, yeah, there was yeah, like a gate or something that we couldn't lock of the Una the lock. Right. Ah, right here. Nice. Thank you, Crystal, and the boots. Ah, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that bookcase and like, let me just destroy this and get some scrap. And then there was a hole there. Dope. The dopest shit ever, bro. I'm ready to fuck some fucks up. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Damn. That's a game changer. Yep. Yes. So it's got 32 armor. Almost as much as my other mask. What's that? More goodies? So look at all this loot for us to get. Yay. What? No way. Are you kidding me? How is that even possible? That doesn't make sense. How could one be the what? No way. No way. He got around. Like, I find it hard to believe that the same family line names somebody Darth and names somebody Luke. I find that hard to believe. Well, actually, I think it's the Bell and oh, that's a fucking weird. That's a weird name. Well, you would know then. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was gonna make some dumb shit up. What you said was much better than whatever I was gonna say. I can promise you that. Yeah. We got an archer over here. Taking this shit for granted. Yeah.
Watch my back!
Oh, he's to your right. To your right. Watch out. Die, motherfucker, die. Go to sleep, bitch. Close your eyes. Huh. So I hear someone crack a cold one, and then Zed's character drinks something. That was pretty awesome timing. Yeah, it was pretty awesome. Okay, we got the submachine gun and the armor, so you should have both. It was pretty awesome. It made me happy. Archer. Oh, behind us? That's how you know they're good. Archer's down. Yeah, I'm loving this fucking machine gun. Yeah.
I'm in trouble.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miss Cristal. Yeah, that submachine gun's gonna change things.
Hang on.
Yeah. All the way at the bottom, when you go through everything, after you turn the power back on, there's a door that needs a key. Just follow the red lights. Should lead you there. Oh man. Alright, so Grim is not going to be coming back. It's after 3. Oh, look at that. He's not going to be coming back because he just realized it's after 3. Oh, we got another archer. Oh, you got about what? Ow. Yeah, I'm watching my money not exist is what I'm watching it do. Yeah. And I was like, fuck yes. Yeah, that's what I said to him. I'm like, we gotta figure out a way that we can split this. And he's like, all right, we'll worry about that later. But right now, I'm gonna buy the game and we're gonna play it. 'Cause I mean, like, this is why I would love for, well, not so much games, but games would definitely be part of it. Why I'm really would like to get like a revenue stream going for Zero Logic. For people who need controllers or headsets or, yeah, I think it is too. Controllers or headsets or a game or whatever, and it's like, oh, your shit's busted and you don't have the 30 or 40 bucks to 50 bucks to drop on a new controller. We have money that we've earned from whatever, t-shirt sales or whatever. Like, if I was getting enough revenue from stream, I would like, it's not something I can ask anybody else to do, but I thought about, and I would do it even if I was working. If I was doing construction, like I was back when we were into Terra and stuff, like I had not a whole lot of money, but I had disposable money. I had some money, and I would definitely put it in like a kind of like pay dues to a union, kind of put money away every so often. And I mean, but it's not fair to say, hey, you want to be a part of this clan or guild or whatever, it costs $10 a month or whatever. I mean, like, that's not fair to have other. Yeah. Right, like it would be nice to have a money to fall back on to help. Like when Phantom's headset broke, and Vox bought him a new one. Like I messaged him and I was gonna buy him a new one, but he's like, yeah, Vox already he already ordered it or whatever, like yesterday, which is awesome. I mean, but like, I would prefer if that didn't just fall on one person to do, you know what I mean? Like if instead of Vox spending the 30 or 40 bucks, if it was like a communal thing, it just would have been awesome if we would have had that honeypot to do that with. So rather than yeah. Yeah. Right, it would be, yeah. Right. Right. That would be like super awesome. And that's kind of like with the, I mean, the t-shirts that like we just designed, like I would love for, you mean to have something tangible from it. Like but yeah, like I don't have the money to put out and buy it currently. But yeah, I mean, if we could, and if I made money from streaming, like I made a little bit of money, but my plan, like I haven't touched that at all. My plan for that is I need to figure out a target audience, and I'm gonna write some Facebook ads and try to pull people into stream from that. So we'll see if that turns out to be a thing. Yeah, I have no idea. Okay. And like Terra had an elite package that some people never had. Like Nerdy never had it. Yeah, because I mean it was only $10 a month, and it made life so much easier in the game that I couldn't play it without it. I had it for the first like 6 or 8 months, and then like when I lost it, yeah, I didn't even know how to get around without it by the end of it. Like, so I mean. Yeah.
He's down! Reloading!
Yeah. Yeah, like that would be awesome. Yeah, I mean, definitely be a huge thing to help bring the group together. Oh, are you dead? Oh, shit. Right. Oh shit, another boss. Yeah. Right, and that's why I was trying to push like trying to get more people into streaming so that we don't like hang out and talk about terror anymore, but maybe we could all meet up and talk about streaming and whatever, you know what I mean? Like, so we could all be playing different games, but our common activity was streaming, so that gives us a reason to stay in contact and whatever. Yeah. Right.
This ain't good.
Right, so yeah, nobody really was into it.
This ain't good. Reloading!
Right, something for everybody to, yeah. something that everybody can meet up and has a common interest in. Fuck. Oh, so Zero. So you were gonna you said something about games to play, and I forget exactly. But I was gonna say this earlier, but the conversation was going. There is, you played like World of Warcraft in the past. There's a game, Bless Unleashed, that's coming out for Xbox like November 7th or 5th or something, and it's oh shit, I thought it was going all the way to launch, but okay.
Look out!
Okay. But yeah, so Bless Unleashed, yes. It was on the PC, it was called Bless Online, and then it was some failure. Yeah, and then so they made Bless Unleashed, it's a console version of the game. It's not a port, but it's a redesign of the game for console. So like, it's not, because you know some games that are just ported over, either ported from PC to console or from console to PC, the controls don't usually match up. Like, it's awkward. You can tell it wasn't made for that platform. Well, with Bless, everything from the ground up is made for the Xbox. But yeah, so I mean, it's an interesting game, and if you're into MMOs, you might like it. We're gonna be playing it. Okay, yeah, it's pretty decent. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just like really excited. And that's one thing I was really excited about this game. Is like, I just wanted to run a dungeon so bad. Like, for so long. And like, ESO doesn't really do it for me. I don't know, something about the character animation is just not really my thing. And like, we played we played this yeah, it feels that, just doesn't, they don't feel natural. And we played the shit out of Terra, but so much so that like Zed is burnt out on it, and we'll probably never play it seriously again. So like, I've just been like dying to run a dungeon, and this game's got sort of dungeon mechanics.
Damn! Is it over?
Yeah, he played it like from when he woke up to when he went to bed. Yeah. he had every class maxed out, like to the point where like he knew he could run every dungeon in any class. Like it's not like he needed, oh, I have a priest, but I don't really know how to run this dungeon as a priest. He knew. Yeah. 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 It's gonna happen with less probably, but hopefully there'll be other games to play in the future. Oh, big boss man.
Running low! Damn! Is it over?
I need some rifle ammo when we see it. I'm completely out. That sucks. Right. Yeah. See, yeah, that sucks when, like, you have these hopes, because that's happened to me so many times. I have these hopes to play or to do something with some friends, and then, like, it comes time for that, and nobody really cares to do it. Even if they say they will, or they do want to, yeah, I mean, then, like, time comes, and they're just like, yeah, I'll later, and it just... Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm never. Yeah, I had a similar issue with Grim where we played Anthem during the beta. Like me, our buddy Blade. I think you even played a little bit during the beta. Grim and Grim's brother. And I don't know where to go again. I don't know. Alright, oh yeah, I'll follow you. So, we played and he liked it, and then his brother was gonna get it and like game share with him, and I think his brother maybe did get it and they were game sharing, but then like his brother wanted him to play like the Division, and like when he was playing something else with me. I forget what it was. His brother got mad and was like, "Oh, like no, like I was only game sharing with you so you could play this one game with me," and then like took his stuff off Grimm's Xbox. So like Grimm wasn't paying for live and stuff. Like his brother was paying for it, so he had to go out and like get live and get the game and do all this stuff. But then like I came across the copy of Anthem for $25 used, and I asked him again, how do you think, like, what do you think about Anthem for $25? He's like, it's better than 60. I'm like, great, but like, do you want it? He's like, nah, I don't really have it. I don't have $25 or whatever. I'm like, all right. But he was interested in it, so I'm like, all right. So I picked it up for him, and I texted him like, all right, I got it for you. We'll play it. We'll stream it like this Friday. He's like, all right, cool, yeah. He had it for like 2 weeks before he actually like installed it and like updated it and stuff. And then finally he did, and we've never played. Like, he just wanted to play Apex forever. So right. Well, I mean, like, I'm not even close to like the end of the content. I mean, like I still have like stuff that I can do, and stuff that he could do. He's never played like the full game. He played like the beta. Like, so there's plenty of stuff that we could do. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so there's definitely, I mean, there are definitely issues with it, but like, I don't know. I just was like, and I was kind of taken aback. Like, I thought we were going to play. It's like, oh, yeah, we'll play. Oh, we'll play tomorrow or whatever. And then like we never did. And now the fact that like he's had it for months and... Oh, do you want to travel and get potions and stuff? Yeah, I mean, so like, at this point, I don't really care anymore. Like, I was kind of like upset about it. Like, I spent $25 on a game here for you, so we could play. Yeah, no. I like Apex. I like Apex. I have no problem with that. But like, I've gone through spurts where like I was terrible and I didn't want to play. I was so sick of it. And then like spurts where like I'm doing amazing and this is all I want to play. Everything's clicking. And still like I have Free Play Friday for that reason, so I can pick a game that isn't, you know what I mean? So like right now I'm trying to build an audience with Apex. But today I'm playing this, you know what I mean? And maybe next Friday like I'll play Overwatch or whatever, like, and once I actually build an audience, they'll know that, okay, even though I come for Apex, maybe I won't be there on Friday because Friday he's going to be playing something that I don't care for or whatever. And just kind of building that into the schedule.
Keep your head.
Yeah. Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah.
Take
I
care
mean,
then.
and today's the first day streaming it, so like I've had a few people in. But maybe next week when I play it, I'll have, I mean, more people will come. Though I also didn't really know any hashtags to use. I just used a hashtag that was Remnant from the Ashes, and there was only like 1,500 public posts with that hashtag. Where when I post like Apex Legends, there's like in the stream all throughout the night. So I don't know.
Take care, my friend.
I consider myself a variety streamer, because consistency is king. So if you consistently play, if you're consistently the same person, so you have the same energy, the same messages that you always talk about, the same, like, you're the same, like, Mechanic, the character of Mechanic is the same every time people come, and it's the same stream, like, and I'm up and over the top or whatever, like, whatever people come for. Like, people go to Shroud not because he's, like, over the top and super animated, but they go to other streamers because they're exactly that. They go to Shroud for good gameplay and, like, kind of a chill vibe. But he plays, like, first-person shooters, and he plays a little bit of World of Warcraft too, but he's known for his first-person shooters. I mean, you kind of have to build something, and building a variety stream brand is difficult, because if people don't know what they're going to get whenever they show up at your stream, like, they're less likely to and it's the same game, like every Monday's the same game, every Tuesday's the same game. Okay. Right. Right. And I thought about something similar that right. Yeah, and I thought about doing something similar, like when I was first trying to come up with, because I didn't have a schedule for the longest time. When I was first trying to come up with a schedule, I like days. I like the alliteration of like thirsty or thick boy Thursday or thirsty Thursday or trash tier Tuesday or whatever. So like I was trying, when I was first putting the schedule, I was trying to come up with days that sounded good, like with games. So like Overwatch Wednesday, and that's when I came up with Free Play Friday, and I was thinking, well, maybe I'll do whatever Mondays. But then the problem I ran into that was, one, Overwatch I really only play with Kim. If she doesn't play, I don't play. So like Wednesday rolled around and she didn't want to play. So then I wound up not wanting to play, but I tried to stick it out because that's what I advertised it as, and it wasn't fun because I didn't really want to play it. So then that became a problem. So yeah, I don't really like playing it alone. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. Okay. Yeah. That looks like a lot of fun, actually. Okay. Okay. Yeah, today's Thursday? Right? No, today is, what's today? Today's Friday. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably be playing something over the weekend, but yeah, I won't be streaming on Monday. But, yeah, I mean, you can always hit me up on the Xbox app or whatever, or, well, you don't use the socials. But yeah, yeah, you can always hit me up there and I should get the notification on my phone. And if I'm free, I'll play. Alright. Adios, Zero. So what are you feeling? You still want to keep running? Or you want to... Okay. Yeah, I think now we got the submachine guns. I got some potions. I think we're gonna be okay, I think. Get on the crystal. Okay. Yeah, that's so clutch. Yeah, it's so nice. And you got a follower out of it. Yeah. That's the best. Yeah, man. Well, you got to utilize social media more. I really think if you posted every time you went live, you would skyrocket. Because you already have the support for other things. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get engagement on my posts. I will if, like, I make, like, a funny Instagram post or something that's clever, I'll get. But, like, I don't get... If I just, like, post something... Whatever. Just how I'm feeling, like, I don't get much engagement. Right. Yeah, and I would love, I mean, if I keep streaming this, which I plan on, hopefully I will get people who come here for this.
Reloading!
Alright, I'm gonna drop my heal real quick. Right. Yeah, and I do ask the chat quite a bit, like what they want. But like I don't get a lot of chatters, so nobody ever really tells me. We got a sword guy behind us. He's in the water. Get rid of these small guys. Alright.
Damn. Is it over?
Oh, come on, tree. Stop bouncing around. And the tree's fucking gone. God damn it. Yeah. Come and get me, motherfucker. You gotta heal up. There we go, bitch. Oh, I need shotgun shells. There we go, just picked some up. So now I have 9.
Damn. Is it over?
I'm popping a potion. That motherfucker was dead. Not right here, big guy. Oh, yep, he's got swords. He's on me. I'll go on the other side. Mother bitch. Mother bitch. Nothing but a dead body. Two low down G's gone crazy. Yeah, there's so many bullets. Oh. Nice. Oh, I need those. Alright, now I got 14 shotgun shells. Yeah, and they get like stunned a little bit from each bullet, so the fact that, you know what I mean, a whole bunch of bullets are hitting them, they kind of stutter a bit. It sounds that way. Definitely sounds like there is. Got more coming? Not bad, not bad. Oh, big guy, I think I hear. Sounds like he's right above us. Yeah, that's a good fucking gross ass. Like, oh my god, whoa! That's what I'm talking about. Here we go. ZLG to the rescue, saving the world once again. Melody thing, baby. Two loped out G's going crazy. Actually, yeah, I don't know why I stopped playing music on my shit. Look at them dumb. And Pop wants some YouTube. No, that's not what I want to put on. NCS Music. Alright, here we go. Oh, it's boss fight time. shine through, baby, let the light shine through. Let's do this. We got this shite. Yeah. Oh, go through, go through, go through. Oh, why you just fuck? Oh. Let's just die and restart this before I wind up wasting resources. Oh, my stream just started like lagging. What the freak is that about? Damn. Oh my god. I'm popping a potion. There we go. And a the one to like heal the infection. I hear them coming. Up from where we came from. Oh my god, that just fucking trashed me. Why did my shit not heal me all the way? Fucking, I can't get back through that way because now the gas cloud. How do I get down? I don't want to jump off this shit. Guess I have to. He's still hitting me like motherfucker. Yeah. Sorry, waiting on Zed to get back. I just started looking on Facebook Marketplace. I need new monitors. I got distracted. So why don't we do that? Why don't we look at... That looks just like, almost just like the one I'm sitting in. Actually, I got a potty too. Might as well go while he's... BRBs. My bad. I had to potty. I had to go potty as well. Alright, so now that I'm all fresh and pottied out, and I'm all ready to rock it now. Alright, you ready to do this? So a couple, okay. Let's say a couple more go rounds for this. I didn't mean to do that. All right, let's go. Ready? A couple more go rounds and then I gotta get off. It's 4:15. I'm not tired, but I just. Yeah, I know the plan was to run, but like once I saw that like I took away like half of his first bar, I'm like shit, let me just keep on rocking out with this shit. But it was not the right plan. Motherfucker, you're... Fucking kidding me? God damn it. I wasted so many resources in that fight. Yeah, one more go around. Because we're like doing worse now than we were earlier, so. Yeah. Could be. Alright, here we go. We got this shit. Aggro. Fuck, I hear these fucking... What? I was moving around the fucking corner.
Hold on!
Fuck you. Oh, man. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, we'll do this again this weekend or whatever, I don't know. Maybe we won't even have to fight Gorefist tomorrow or whenever we do this again. Maybe it'll be randomly spawn the Shroud or some shit. So one can only hope. So, adios, Zed. Thanks for the games. Appreciate it. It's been a blast. Yeah, we'll get back at this another time. See you, man. Yep. Alright, here we go. What's up, people? Thank you very much. I heart y'all. That's not a heart. Is that a heart? That's kind of a heart. I heart all yous, every single one of you motherfuckers. Down to the last people that come in that I don't really like, but I tolerate, because whatever. But yeah, definitely big shout out to Ashley Breslin. First time coming in, appreciate that. Victor coming in, supporting, appreciate that. Mr. Grim Crip, Mr. Jolly, always supporting. Thank you for the games. I want to thank Zed for the games. I want to thank Armored Ozzy for stopping in, appreciate that. Zero, even though the 0 hour, even though we didn't get to play anything together, you were there. Always good convo. I appreciate it. Ozzy Ted stopping in with the Chipotle hype. Love it. Yeah. Big shout out to Crystal Eyes. Came in, not my stream, but came in a Zed stream and gave us hints and tips on where to go and get a submachine gun for the game and new armor and stuff that we weren't even wearing for that. Oh, that's why we went and got that stuff. We're fucking idiots. Anyway, thank you to everybody who stopped out. I really appreciate it. It's Friday night. You could have been anywhere in the world doing anything you ever wanted to do, but you spend some time with me, and it means the world to me. I really, really, really appreciate it. If you could share this video, all videos, each and every video that ever comes out, like it, follow me on It's Mechanic on all socials except Twitter. It's Mechanic G for Mechanic Gaming. Follow all of them. Subscribe on my YouTube, which if you just Google Mechanic Gaming YouTube, you should be able to find it, or search in YouTube Mechanic Gaming, whatever. I don't know. Figured it out. I don't know. Big shout out to Zero Logic. We're trying to do big things with it. Not a whole lot of stuff up, but there's a pretty sweet hoodie that I made a little while ago, and there's a Zero Logic logo t-shirts at etsy.com/shop/0 logic with a K apparel. ZEROLOGIK APPAREL. No, I don't even know if that's spelled right. Anyway, thank you everybody that came out, and to those who did.